Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. Good morning, Lost and Voids, Mr. Y, Ace Initian. Good morning, Dennis. Good morning, Crown. All right. I see you guys talking. We're in just this ugly consolidation range, guys. That's, you know, Lost and Voids, can you hear me? Hopefully. Oh, because there's mic's muted, whether you can hear me or not. I know you can, Mr. Y.
I hear you fine.
Hey, Dennis. Hey, Dennis. Yeah, good morning, man.
Hopefully it breaks out, because this might be my only day to trade this week.
So. Yeah, I'd love to see it come up. We never closed that gap. It was one tick away. I realized it got front run, and that's what everybody's going to think, which is super good. Essentially, it got front ran and dumped before it ever closed. So now everybody will probably even get heavier into it once it gets up there. So I think Lost and Voids must still have his headphones muted, so I don't know. I don't know if he can hear me or not. Pushes. Yeah, I didn't think he could hear me. Anyway. Alright. Off real fast. Let's see what we got going on today, guys.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Just trying to battle the markets.
Yeah, if you want me to mute you, unfortunately I won't be able to hear you if you want me to mute you. It's completely up to you, but I was waiting for you to.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll just watch what I say.
Yeah, you're fine. It doesn't matter what you say anyway. I don't care. You don't understand. They've shut down my account already because of things that I say, so don't worry about it.
Well, then you're gonna get banned with me on.
I doubt it. I doubt it. They seem to dislike some of the stuff that I talk about now and again, and it's probably nothing that you'll be talking about. Because you're from Canada, so you don't talk about the same stuff as Americans do that YouTube doesn't care for. So, you know, they're just emotional support weapons. That's all. You can't talk about those things on YouTube for whatever reason. Can't say the G word.
No, but they keep my emotions healthy.
Yeah, exactly.
We should just have them label the stream as NSFW. We'll call it gravy.
Absolutely.
I just passed the bridge to Canada a little while ago. I stopped at a Love's just outside of Toledo.
Oh, really?
Well, that's
the closest I've been to Canada in a minute.
Yeah, we're a weird country right now. We can't decide what we want to do and what we want to be.
I mean, I don't know. I think Trump wants y'all to be a state when you grow up.
I would appreciate that. Trump knows what he's doing, and he's fucking smart. And love him or hate him, the guy's, you know, he's probably one of the best politicians in our lifetime right now. Almost like JFK, I guess. I don't know if JFK was good, but like in terms of clarity and free speech and, you know, doing what's right in terms of not just for the people and what they want, but in terms of like what's honestly right? Like, I don't know. I feel like it's a good thing.
When it comes to Trump, whether you love him or hate him, you at least know what he thinks and what he's doing. So.
Yeah, and he's transparent, right? He said he was going to open up the books and show all the corruption, and that's what he's doing. You know, they tried to kill him for a reason.
I don't know who that was on last week that was like trying to argue about Trump. I don't care what you think, what you want. I don't give two shits. Like it doesn't matter to me. I'm still going to try and help you make money. Like I don't need to argue about it. I think because he's a non-politician, he's the best politician.
Yeah, he was an independent, right? Which means he wasn't like.
No, well, he was Democrat way back when. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
I don't know what
remember
made
that.
him switch and decide to run as a Republican, but
I
like
think it's
shit,
because he saw
even if he
the.
was a Democrat, I'd vote for him just because at least he's telling me the truth.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Whether he's Democratic or Republican, I don't think it would have mattered either way. That just means what party he's for. And I think democratically, I think he probably saw how fucked up it was, right? And just realized like, hey, I'm never gonna get through because it's so corrupt. Like Democrats
Right.
just basically had the system in their pocket. Oh, look at this candle. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm watching it. I've got my screen. I take a picture, but I've got my stream up on my iPad on my steering wheel. I've got my TradeEvade on my laptop, and then y'all are on my phone. So
nice.
I'm missing my screens. I can't see my trading view.
Previous day high. That's where she's reacting at. Previous day high. That's where she's reacting at.
Oh.
Yeah,
right
it's I've got a 100 tick trend line there too, and it's bouncing off of it right now.
Yeah.
I think it's 100 tick or 1,000 ticks. Yeah, 100 tick. I drew a trend line at 100 tick on the bottom, the last bottom support area around 29.50. That's where we have the 0.818 on the fib that I drew, and then that's also the previous day value area high. So it looks like it's gonna come back and tap that before it moves up, or
I don't know. It's created what some traders would call a triple top. Completed the market maker buy model, coming back up to 29.64. So everybody in their mom shorting it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going down like a lot though. This could be, maybe it's going to retrace back to previous days price where point of control is, and maybe even hit the lows around the 2938 mark, which is the 0.66 on the fib, and that's actually golden pocket range.
I'm bare bones in it right now. I have the stream and I have 2 EMAs on my chart.
I'd rather just wait and see if it breaks this level, because technically we're still in an uptrend on the 30-minute. We draw these last 2 candles. It's a 30-minute uptrend here.
That's all you need, Dennis. You don't need nothing else.
Right. Well, see, I normally look at fibs and stuff to kind of like, I'm probably like squirrel, but it's just, I'm so used to having trading view pulled up so I can like chart. It's hard to chart on TradeEvade. I'm not a fan.
I think the reason why I do what I do is just because I've tried other systems and I wasn't accurate, and this is just helping me understand trends and what the price is doing, right? Because when you're looking at a blank screen, you can see the short-term trend, but there's nothing telling you what that price is reacting off of, right? So once I started drawing the support lines and then also looking on the tick charts and drawing like trend lines, it's amazing how you see price, you know, like, I don't know if you're looking at my screen, but this trend line right here that's going up, it's amazing how it leads into these pockets of interest. It's within the 4-hour candle, right? And this is just off a 100 tick chart. So essentially what I do is I take the lowest point and then the next lowest point after support. So this is now in an uptrend. You can see we kind of broke through this uptrend and hit a 1-minute trend line, or sorry, 30-minute trend line, which is still in an uptrend, right? So diagonally speaking, we're following kind of this 100 tick line, and you can see it on the 30-minute how it's playing support at these key crossover sections, which is kind of insane. And you can see on the 30-minute too, like on the 100 tick, how price retracted to it and basically we bounced on it. Like, it's not exact. In some cases it is. Like, if you look on the higher time frame here, you can see exactly how price literally bounces off of the trend line. So right here, the body hit the trend line and then it broke down, and then it came up, tapped, and then closed right again on top of the trend line and wicked from the trend line up. And then this candle came back down and wicked back down on the trend line. So it's crazy. I'm actually blown away by how price can line up so accurately with a lot of these indicators. And then also like the trend lines that you're drawing in too. So, but yeah, I got to understand realities concepts a little bit more. And I think that's going to kind of be the golden goose or the holy grail, as you would say.
Mm-hmm. Well, all it is where traders are. You know, when you draw a trend line, right? It's just the same as anything else. If you draw a trend line, you'll see that a lot of your trend lines match up to other confluences that traders use. That's it, right? So why does that matter to us? Well, it matters because when people enter the market, they still have to exit. And if they don't make it to their stop loss, or if they don't make it to their take profits, here's where this should sweep down, guys. This was the short setup that I was talking about just a bit ago. That's why I was making sure that you weren't stuck in this lost in voids.
Yeah, I got
worried.
it along a little while ago.
Beautiful, beautiful. Anyway, so essentially, if you draw a trend line on chart, right, what you'll see, and that's on any chart, you can see it anywhere. You're going to see that people are going to trade that. Well, what else you'll see is that is your areas for your pullbacks. So if you look at your trend line, you start pulling your fibs from the bottom of that move to the top of the move, what you'll see is that trend line is going to line up perfectly with your pullback areas that people are going to long. That's why trend lines work, plus people pull trend lines. It's all the same thing. So all that stuff, and I'm not saying that it isn't right. It's perfect. You should learn all that. It's self-fulfilling prophecies as far as trading goes, right? Because everybody's trading it. So if you draw a supply box or a demand box or an order block, or you know, you look at a fair value gap or a vector candle or a single print, or you pull a Fibonacci level, what are all these things? I mean, people believe that, you know, they just magically hit these areas and all of a sudden it just bounces because it is a trend line, or it is a fib, or it is a supply zone, or whatever you want to call it. They think for some reason you put these things on your chart and all of a sudden that reaction is just going to happen because that's what it is. It's the, you know, 0.66 fib. So therefore the 0.66 fib just has to react. No, it's because people trade it. That's why it reacts. That's it. It's just orders. That's it. So,
well, and the thing too, it's math, right? So wherever you draw a line, that means that's something at that price line, right? There's something there. Whether it's a sell or a buy, something is there.
It's just, it's just orders.
Mathematically, mathematically, it will all point to something eventually.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not really math. It's self-fulfilling. You understand what I'm saying? If everybody believes, just like anything else in life, okay, let's look at it this way. And I'm just going to pick your brain a little bit, right? And I don't want to completely change your view. There's that push through that we were just talking about. There we push through those orders, guys, just like we were just talking about. The short came in. Okay, now I'm going to stop looking at the chart. I'm sorry. Now,
no, it's okay.
Okay, what is and I mean this is anything in life. What is a 1969 Camaro SS worth? Right? What is it worth?
Whatever someone's willing to pay for it. Yeah, depending on its condition.
Correct. Whatever somebody's willing to pay for, and that's the answer. And the market's exactly the same. There's no difference. Yeah. None of these things are actually real. The mathematics of everything isn't actually real. Do I hear King talking? Who is it talking? Yeah, King. Good morning, King. I thought I heard you. I didn't see the Discord. Anyways, so all I'm telling you is, yes, people want to believe that mathematically this is how this works, or, you know, when you pull, if you're overextended or you're overbought or you're oversold, that's just how all these things work. Or if you come into an order block, that's a spot where institutions bought or institutions sold. I'm just telling you guys, it's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with the mentality of people believing that these things happen there. It's not because it's some new crazy thing that, you know, every time you make it to a 0.5 that you're going to see a reaction because it's a 0.5 or a 0.616 or any of these things, right? The only reason it works is because they're self-fulfilling prophecies. Is a 69 Camaro really worth 50K? Probably not. Is gold really worth $3,000? Probably not. It's just a damn rock at the end of the day. We gave it the value.
Yeah.
Why? Because we bought it.
Yeah.
And these are the same things. So when I look at this market, that's how I look at it. I'm not trading gold. I'm not trading fibs. I'm not trading supply demand. I'm trading what the traders are doing. That's it. All I'm trading is what they're going to do, where they're going to enter, and how those reactions are going to happen. So essentially, when we were drawing it up earlier, right, and I said, okay, here is your, you know, supply, demand, order block, however you want to say it, right? Here we are, right here. So this area comes in. You had a fair value gap right here, 3 candle setup, fair value gap from here to here. So what do we expect is going to happen? You know, what we expect is going to happen is short orders are going to come in here. Why is that? Because people believe that this is the area they should short down, where their stops at, above the highs. Same thing goes here. Shorts came in. So what happened here? The exact same thing. You had supply, or I mean demand, and bullish order blocks right here. This is where they're trading between, right? Same exact thing. So what happens? They believe these lows are going to hold, comes up, hits their area, come down here, they long. What happens? Bang. They get knocked out. Stop losses get ran. This is the setups that we're looking for every single day in the market, right? So why? Because here's the longs. Here's your longs. Came in right here. Came up. Came back down. Kicked them out. It's always going to happen this way because there's too many orders sitting outside of their ranges. This is why we range. The whole reason that we range in the first place is because people are selling the tops, buying the bottoms, selling the tops, buying the bottoms, until they come in and say, okay, well, there's plenty of orders sitting up here. We will use this price to push orders up in order to take all these orders. People say, oh, well, yeah, that's the market makers running our stops. That's the market makers hunting our stops. They're not hunting your stops. To them, the chart looks like this, guys. It's got nothing to do with stop losses. To them, they see this, and they see this. You know, if you're in a range. And what is this? Money and money. So if they've got, like I've said a million times, here the market's moving just like this, right? We're staying in between these areas. Here we are ranging just like this. Well, when we get to the point to where we can say, okay, there's $10 million worth of orders sitting right here. Orders, not stop losses. I know everybody says, oh, they're just hunting stops. No, orders. And we've declared that from this area right here, it's only going to take us $5 million to push up to grab these orders. They're going to do it every time. And they're going to push up here and they're going to grab the orders. It's nothing about hunting stops. It's nothing about they're out to get you. It's nothing about institutions trading this spot or market makers trading this spot or anything else. It's only about bottom line at the end of the day. It's only about money. It's just a market. That's it. And if they can use $5 million to get $10 million worth of orders, they will do it every day because it's profitable. That's it. I mean, and I think that's where
looking for longs at this location, at this bottom.
No.
Where do you set up your
No. Longs came in right here. Longs came in, top wick comes up, and then the candle flipped, went down, and grabbed the stop losses of the longs. That's what this wick was. That was longs getting pushed through. Right. If you saw the reaction there, that was longs getting killed. So they got knocked out.
Yeah.
That was the purpose there. That's why I said you're out of your long, right? I asked you when this candle started building. I said you're out of your long, right? right, Lawson? You said not yet. It pushed up enough that you did get out, which was great. And then what it do? It came and swept all the stops. You would have had your stop loss down there because you entered in here. So I promise you, your stop loss was right here. If you wouldn't have got out of that position, you would have got stopped out too. Look at how your position was put up, and look at where your stop loss was at. See? You put your stop loss at the exact same place as everybody else.
What's the consensus right now? Are you saying, like, are you thinking gold is going to go down because of this? Like, I guess, how do you find your long and your short positions?
On this current candle right here, the longs just came in and pushed back up. Now, what do traders look at right here? What do they think? Well, there's a couple different things. The candle we're working on right now, right? Longs have pushed up. That's why we got no bottom wick on this candle.
Oh yeah, okay.
What do they think happened? Yeah. Okay, if you go to a 5 minute, and here we'll draw exactly what they think happened. They think that we came down, tried to test the level, got swept, come back up, and now we're going to hold this level because the market already swept. Now we'll go down to a 5 minute so I can show you, because this is how they look at it on their 5 minute charts. See? So here's what they're seeing, right? On this 5 minute chart. Essentially exactly what I just did. It looks elongated because of how we did it. So this is what they think happened. Why? Because stops were swept. So what they believe now is we came down, tested the level, swept the stops to get all the longs out, and now they're going to long this level to go back up. So what do we expect? We expect they're going to come down and sweep them again. That's what we expect. That's why we've got no bottom wick on this candle. So longs are going to come back in right here. Breakout traders got killed. Why? Because it broke out. So what'd they do? They went short right here. And then what happened? Comes back up. They get stopped out on the move back up. Now it's going to push back down. It's going to take these lows. That's what'll happen next in order to sweep them all back out again. This is why we're looking at where the traders are in the market. This is essentially going to look like a inverted head and shoulders on the 5 minute chart. So they're long in this, and you'll see it. You'll see it react a bit, and they'll try to long it through. And then what will happen is, if they don't win here, and this is always what you're looking for, see how it came in? They just came in long. You can go and you can look at all your stuff on your chart and pull some fibs and give 100 reasons, you know, some trend lines, whatever. And yes, people are longing here. We already know this. Why are they longing here? Because they think this has been swept and now it holds. Now, will it hold? That's where the whole question is. Will it hold now? That's the question.
Right.
If it starts to push up,
so you're not looking for positions here. You're just waiting to see whether or not it's going to go.
It's just like
more long.
Correct. It's just like poker. You're waiting for the pot to build, right? You're not actually just looking for. Where would your
entry be on this then?
Well, our entry will be back down into these guys' stops. They're building positions right now, and we'll wait for them to build enough positions to have stop losses below these lows, and then you'll trade into their entries. And then into their stop losses if we get a setup. Like, not every time that they come in long can we get involved, right? Because we're looking for closures and things like that as well. But do I believe that they'll come down and just sweep this right now? Yeah, they could. They could, because everybody's got FOMO now. Why are they FOMO'd? Because they just got stopped out of this position. Now it's went their way. Now they believe, oh, I've got to long it. I've got to long it. So you'll see this pop down and react. You know, do I have an entry here? No, and not always do I have an entry, but this is just how the market moves, right? And if you start paying attention to how the market moves, you'll make sure that your stops are no longer here. You don't want your stop here, right? Because if your stops are here, then your stops are the same place as everybody else. And I mean, that's my whole thing. If I could teach you guys anything out of anything that I ever tell you, my biggest thing would be, don't put your stop losses where everybody else's are. I'll be honest with you. I'd tell you, you know, if you just want to be profitable, if you just want to switch right now and turn to profitable, take your entry, which your entry was here, right? Take your entry, take your stop loss, and just put your stop loss where your entry was. If I could tell anybody anything, that's the first thing I'd say. Start with that. Hey, PD, what's up? What's up? And that could change you just to begin with, because a lot of times the stops will get ran and then it'll run in your direction. I have so many traders that tell me that. Oh, it stopped me out and then it went my way. Well, all you got to do is stop putting your entry where your entry is and just put your stop where your entry was. That's it. You know what I mean? Put your entry where your stop was. I'm sorry. And then try it from there. You know, you think of a position, you say, okay, I want to enter right here. Here's where I'm going to put my stop loss. My stop loss is 10%, whatever it is, however you do it, right? It's 100 or 50 ticks, let's just say. Your stop loss is 50 ticks. Well, take your entry, put it down 50 ticks, and now put your stop loss 50 ticks below that. That'll improve your trading just right there without even doing anything else. That's all you got to do. And that will improve your trading twofold. Just by doing that, you can keep the same system you trade, just change your stop loss and your entry. That's it. Just flip them. Well, people will be surprised. Now, am I saying that's the way to be consistently profitable over a long period of time? I don't know. Maybe, you know, try it. I don't know. I don't prefer to trade in the same area that the traders do, so I couldn't really tell you. But at the end of the day, traders win, guys. Everybody believes that, and here's where people get my strategy messed up. And I'll tell you right now, most people believe that if everybody's going long, so we know they're going long right here. I've already said this, that immediately when they go long, I'm going short. Well, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Traders have to win, guys. If they didn't win ever, they'd never come back. There'd be no reason to be in this market. If you went to a casino and nobody ever won in the casino wouldn't continue to profit. The casino would make no more money because nobody has any hope of winning. They just always lose. So it's not just because people are going long that I'm going short. It's when people start aggressively going long, now I'm looking for a setup and an entry to go short. Right? Because I know where their stop losses are. Now that they've all went long, we know their stop losses are below the lows. That's the only thing we're looking for. This thing they may all went long here and their stop losses be below this low, let's just say, and we go all the way up here to these areas up here and break highs and they make millions of dollars today, right? It could happen. I'm not saying for one instant that this long isn't going to play. I'm saying if it doesn't play, we're going to see reactions right here, because what will happen is the next candle will come down, right? We'll get a setup and an entry, and this level will be tested. They will go BE, and once they do that, and we start, we'll do something similar to this, and it'll kind of move a bit when it comes down here. They'll go BE, and it'll pop through. And then when it hits here, it'll pop through their stop losses, and you'll see that reaction all the way back down to this level, right? This level right here. And this will be the next one that we're testing lows, right? But that doesn't mean it's going to happen, right? Not right now. I mean, that's why we're always looking for a setup and an entry.
Yeah, this market can do anything at any time. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why people get confused, because everybody, you know, I've got the guys that, you know, trade SMC ICT. And again, I'm not hating on SMC ICT. It's just, unfortunately, there's tons of people that trade it. So it's one of those, it's one of those strategies that when you talk about supply demand and it lines up and support resistance with SMC ICT, well, you know, there's a lot of traders in that area, right? So that's why I say things like that. But you got the SMC ICT traders that their trade works out, right? And then they'll come and they'll say, haha, you know, you lost this one because our trade worked. No, I was never in that one.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not in a trade that worked. That's the whole thing. Do supply demand traders win? I mean, yes, they do. You know, I'm short, people entering long. You know, it doesn't change. And what do you got other than that? Well, once they enter long, they only have one way to get out of that position. And I mean, this is what I try to stress to everybody all the time. If they enter long, they can only sell to get out. If they enter short, they can only buy to get back out, right? And they're going to do this in key areas. If you're a supply demand trader and you longed demand, well, where are you going to get out of your position? At supply. If you're a ICT trader or an SMC trader and you're longing a bearish or a bullish order block, where are you going to get out? Bearish order block, right? It's all the same thing. If you're a support resistance trader and you long support, where are you going to get out? Resistance. So those are the places that you're going to take profit. Those are the places that you won your trade. Now, flip side of that is, where are you going to place your sell order if you don't make it to your TP? Well, it's going to be at your stop loss. And that's where all the strategies are exactly the same. Because when you long from a bullish order block, a demand zone, a, fib level, a trend line, a support level, whatever you want to say, your stops are below the lows. You know what I mean? So the same thing for the highs. You're going to be the same thing. So that's where all the orders are sitting at the exact same spot. Does that mean that they're ran every time? No, not necessarily. But when they are, we want to try to be part of that. Right? We're hoping for a setup and an entry ourselves in order to be part of it, and that's it. I'm not just saying, okay, well, when whoever shows up to the stream and he's got a short order, that I just go long. That's not the thing. Not the thing at all. I'm confused when you said put your stop loss where your entry is. You mean a buy stop? PD, what I'm saying is if you have an entry, let's just do this real quick. Okay, yeah, we ran through trades all day Friday. You weren't here Friday? Okay, long here. Okay, so PD, say this is your position. All right, Ace. See you tomorrow. Have a good one. Yeah, I'm not talking to you, PD. I was asking Lost and Voids if he was here on Friday. All right, PD. So here's your position. What I'm telling you is to up your win rate right now. If you just want to do one thing that changes everything, right? Take this position and go like this. Instead of where you're planning to enter right there. Same exact stop loss, and run your position like this. That's all I'm telling you. Enter where you would have got stopped at, and put your stop loss below whatever exactly your stop loss was going to be. So say this stop loss on this one we pulled up is 22 ticks. So this is still going to be 22 ticks. So instead of entering at your entry, enter where your stop would have got hit instead. Put the same exact 22 tick stop loss on it and let it go. That's all I'm saying. Good morning, Delta. You won't believe how much that's going to change your win rate from what you're winning right now. On average, just telling you. So instead of entering here, where you would have entered, enter where your stop would have got hit. That's all. All right.
Yeah, reality, I was here Friday. I honestly don't remember you talking, but perhaps I was muted that day. I can't remember. One of the days I was busy doing like errands and stuff. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Friday we had the trade set up that hit, and it ran for like 400 ticks or something on Friday. It was crazy.
Oh,
I love Fridays.
Was that the one that I caught? That you caught? You came on, and I was in it. I caught it, but I didn't realize you guys were setting up for it.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't remember, but yeah. I mean, I think everybody had a pretty decent day. Yeah, Initian Friday was a massive day. Yeah. Hold on. As long as I take heat now, it should break. If not close, I'm long. Any idea? If I close and profit or hold, that's completely up to you, Mr. Y. That I have no reason to be involved here at all, so it's completely up to how you want to. However you want to manage it from there, man. I don't particularly want to trade in this range. Like I said, we expect to see shorts come in heavy. Of course, they already came in heavy, right? But it'd be nice to see them come in heavy again. Up here, they may not now. It got front ran, so you may not see it. So that this would be an area that I would expect to, hope for a failure and run it through.
Yeah.
Right? So this is one of those areas. And then, of course,
all that value area from previous day below too. There's my long.
Yeah. And then this would have been the next area, this short setup right here, Mr. Y. But for me, the stop loss was too big, right? Your stop loss was too big for me because it's 42 ticks and my max stop is 30. So for me, I wouldn't have took that, but it was a great move down. Would have garnered you, you know, that was stops getting ran there about 70-ish ticks, right? So. I took the trade yesterday that we talked about as well. Lost some voids. We talked about a trade. The long yesterday as well. The long back up that we talked about before stream closed. This trade right here was a perfect setup for the long back up.
Yeah.
So I talked about it in the server. I don't.
Yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much you pay attention to the server, but I talk about the trades after the stream because a lot of times here lately, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't used to trade after 11 a.m. So I'd close the stream down, I'd never trade. But nowadays, we get these moves after 11. This was the 11 a.m. candle. This was a perfect trade setup. I traded this candle right here. You know, and that's the kind of candles that you're trying to catch. But this is what we talked about right before the stream ended, was that with this tight consolidation area, you're getting shorts in, longs in from the bottoms, and eventually they're going to pop it and put it back to the highs, which is what we did. Then we came down and ran this area right here, which is what we were looking for, right? Was to run it back. So, what do you got, Mr. Y?
Yeah, I haven't been in the server for so long. I only started coming more tentatively in the last week or so, so I've got some catching up to do for sure.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. Like I said, it all takes a little bit of time to kind of wrap your head around it, but once you start seeing it as, you know, traders, and essentially the only thing that we're seeing is orders rather than some kind of magical play. You know what I mean? I think it starts changing people's minds. And I mean, that's the whole thing, is you got to start kind of changing how you look at it, because you know, there's so many traders out there that will show how things react so perfectly after it already played, but they're not, you know, they're not thinking about the 11 last times that the same thing did not play. And it's funny to me, you'll see all these videos on YouTube and everything else, and you'll see this, you'll see it over and over and over again, where, oh, here's the one that I entered, and yet, you know, 6 candles back there was another one that they should have entered that would have been the exact same setup that they're speaking of, that you know, that went to stop. And those aren't the ones we're showing. We're just showing these perfect entries and everything else, and that's what causes all these reactions, right?
Yeah,
like you're talking about me, Mr. Y, you're funny. Yes, the magical lines will guide us. Yeah,
I just started marking out all of the daily and 4-hour candles and really practice getting my levels sorted. And once I did that and then started using the volume profile, that's when it sort of started to click for me. I started seeing the trends and the pockets, and in between those pockets of where things happened, and, you know, drawing fib levels based off those hourly candles and how they react and where things line up. So it's all falling into place, and I feel like what you're doing is sort of the final piece of the puzzle for me.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
This is pretty crazy, but the 5-minute is showing. I have the previous day value areas marked, and I do that every trading day.
Yeah.
And the 5-minute candle. So where are we here? Just push it here. So one 5-minute candle taps the 200, and then all the bodies landed right on the previous day value already high.
Why did my chart just reload? That was weird. How do you know if it's longs or shorts or what the case may be? Well, you know because of where people trade, right? So like if you're coming into the bottom of a range, you know that people are longing there, right? They're going to be longing there. If you're dropping
Right.
and you see, and this is the big thing of how all traders trade, unfortunately, and this is what you'll see, and this is how the drops always come too. If we're talking about like a market dumping, what you'll see is you'll see this, and I'm going to play it out. Play like this wick isn't here right now, right? And you'll see this price, and it does this number right here as we start getting to these bottoms, and you'll see this wick come back up, and you'll see it come back down like this. And this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about building a candles. Now, why do the longs start coming in? The longs start coming in because on the low time frame, this looks like this. Whoops. Pulled over, but either way, it doesn't matter. This is what it looks like. It looks like something similar to this. And this is what the traders are looking for. Well, now we have started to reverse. So when I say things like catching the falling knife, that's because we've got these big red candles on the 30-minute, 1-hour time frames of us coming down. And yet what will happen is at the bottom of these candles, bottom wicks, 87% of candles have wicks. So we're always going to have this. And what does the bottom wick look like on the low time frame? Well, it looks like we've stopped moving down. It looks like now we're going bullish, things of this nature. And what you'll see on like a oscillator is something like this. You've got that come down like this, and I forget who it was. It was Casper that likes to say uneven butt cheeks, and this is bullish divergence. This is what an oscillator looks like. So all these people now, and money flow is turned up. All these people now are thinking long, right? And what are we looking at is all these things are playing out on a chart, and all these guys are looking for these longs. What are we looking for in this candle? Everybody knows exactly what we're looking for. We're looking for a green candle. And you're talking about my entries. We were discussing it earlier. We're looking for a green candle to come up just like this. Okay, and I realize that's red. I'll make it green. Just give me a second. But we're looking for a green candle to open up, 30-minute, 1-hour candle, something high time frame, something that's worth looking at. And we're looking for it to open up, and push up like this. And then we're looking for the flip of that candle so that we can enter to go back down, right? Because this is where everybody has went long now. And it pushes down to their entries, which is right here. And once we hit this, we're taking TP1. This is our profit. Stop loss above the highs, take profit at the lows. So there's the flip. Stop loss will be right here. Take profit 1 is the entry of their positions. And then what do we do next? We put our stop 2 just above BE. I like to go be just below BE here so that you pay your fees. And you'll get the push right there. And that's when we take TP2, and we drag it. We drag our stop loss into profit, and we continue to chase this price for however far it wants to go. Because we know that everybody went long here trying to catch this falling knife. That's the whole purpose, right? And this is normally going to be at a level. So if you look at your ranges, you're going to see something like, a range that was, let's say, here. So essentially this was an area where they expected that we're going to go up. You know what I mean? It's going to be an order block. It's going to be a demand area. It's going to be, like you were talking about, your trend lines. You'll have a trend line that comes through just like this. And that's the whole purpose here, right? Your trend lines will come through like this. So it gives everybody the sense of, hey, this is a great place to long. And that's exactly why we want to go short against it if we get our setup and our entry in order to trade it back down. Right? Because they're all going long. And this shows...
When you say flip of the candle, are you saying that, well, let's say the candle starts long, you're waiting for it to flip short?
Correct. If you're trading this setup right here, let's move all this junk out of the way real quick so you can see it. If you're trading this setup right here, what you're looking for is the bottom wick. This bottom wick here is your longs coming in, because this level is where everybody wants to long at. All right. So the longs came in, and now what I'm looking for is a top wick on the next candle. I need a bottom wick as my take profit. So this is the bottom wick. I'm looking for a top wick on the candle. What that looks like is this. This is what you look like when you build your next candle. It'll come in with no bottom wick, or very little bottom wick. Let's put it that way, right? So how my trade, and I'll get this out of the way. I'll actually put a new one on here because I don't know how to pull the stop loss back up. But how my trade actually works then is my entry, let's say, is right here. My stop loss is above the top of the candle, and my take profit 1 is the recovery of this wick. So essentially you'll have your trade set just like this. There'll be a sell order sitting right here as you break the low of this candle, right? And then you're anticipating that these stops are going to get ran and you're going to run down. So when this candle comes down and flips, that's what I'm talking about with a flip of a candle, that will trigger your entry. And now the candle is red.
Right.
That'll be the push down.
Makes sense.
And what this is essentially is everyone longed, you know, because we're thinking this is a bullish order block. This is a demand zone. This is a, you know, Fibonacci level. We want all these things to add up so that these longs actually come in. And then what happens next? Well, the next candle will open up and it'll push up. Now they think they're winning. But what we don't want to see is them make it to an area take profit. So let's just say that your supply zone now is here. So if this candle comes up and goes like this, well, number one, our stop loss is too big. But number two, if she comes up and she hits this area, well, there's no trade anymore. Why? Because there's no stop losses here no more. These traders now have taken profit. They're out. You see what I'm saying? And the traders win sometimes. If it comes up and it takes profit, well, we don't want in. Now what are we looking at? Well, what's going to happen here? The same exact thing we were just talking about. Now you're going to get this big candle wick down, just like this. Why do we get a wick down? Because the shorts came in at this area, and we're still looking for the same type of setup per se, but you want to make sure that the shorts are good and aggressive and then trade through it. So these are the same areas. I mean, essentially, this is why we have a range. Everybody asks all the time, well, why are there ranges created? There's ranges created because everybody's longing this and everybody's shorting this. That's what all the strategies out there do. When you get to the top of the range, there's going to be structure there. So essentially, you're going to look like this when it comes to, you know, how the price has moved. Something like this, something like this, and these are going to be the candles that make up these ranges. Well, when you do something like this, that's exactly what everybody sees. Okay, so we're going to short up here because this is now resistance. We're going to long down here because this is now support. And you can say that in any term you want, whether you call it an order block, whether you call it a supply demand zone, whether you call it support resistance, whether you're looking at a trend line that runs through there, whether you're looking at Fibonacci's that you've pulled, it's all going to line up when the structure starts getting heavy like this. They'll all line up together because at the end of the day, these things are nothing more than structure. That's all it is, right? That's what creates it. Why is there structure there? Why do we have the move down here? Why do we have the move up here? People sold here, people bought here. That's it. That's what creates the structure. That's why I always say it's self-fulfilling prophecies, because they're making the structure, right? That eventually gets broke. Makes sense, I hope?
It's starting to, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta see it in action and understand when it happens, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's almost like flipping my idea of the candles now, because when a candle goes yellow, you would never think, well, in my case, it's yellow for red, or so
Yeah.
when a candle goes red, you know, like when you're going in a downtrend,
Mm-hmm.
you're right. You get into that psychology like, oh shit, they're pushing it down. So you try to go short. But really you should be looking for longs, right? Because all the shorts are doing, and vice versa for longs, is just capturing the volume to push it back in the direction that it wants to go, right?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, yes and no. The thing is, if you're in a range, yes, because that's essentially what everybody, truly most of the trading strategies out there are based on, you know, range. I call it range. A lot of people call it level to level trading. That's essentially what it's all based on. So your structure's all that way. So what you're looking for, like something that I found, and I was talking to the server to Paul about it. It was yesterday. Something I found that is funny as well. Your M's are just structures. People don't realize that, you know, here's an M. Everybody talks about M's. So let's go ahead and draw it out on the chart. And this is the same thing with every strategy, right? Your M or your double top, right? And then it comes down. Okay, well, none of these things are known until they play out, right? So here it is anyway, either way. So what I found with these after the fact is if you take the nose, that's M, after this movement, because what do people do? They short these back down because now it's structure, right? So if you take the nose of this, wife, you must have been messing with it. What you'll see is you'll get fake outs outside. So essentially your close outside what would have been a level. So this is a level. This is a, at this point, now that we're here, that goes into the next level of trading. And what you'll see at all your noses is a fake out that closes outside and then a move back down. It happens almost every time, and it'll bang around in these areas, just as it did there. There's the nose of this M. You'll see the same thing on W's. And this is something that I just started paying attention to here maybe a year or two ago. And if you really pay attention to them, you'll see that this happens time and time and time again. And that's because so many people are trading these patterns and they don't know it. You know, everybody thinks that they're not trading patterns, but at the end of the day, everybody's trading patterns, because what people don't get, and I mean, here you're setting up another one. What people don't get is at the end of the day, what's an M and a W? I mean, this is why people are so confused about how patterns work. And this is what you were just showing, Mr. Y. And that's why, kind of why I'm bringing this up. What is an M and W at the end of the day? And if you look at it, all it is range to range, level to level trading. That's it. Exactly what everyone talks about, even though they don't trade patterns. Well, there it is right there. And it's always going to be the exact same thing. And here is your bottom range, right? So what is that? You know, this is your range, and now you break out. You got a clean recovery of clean range. Why? Because your clean range was up. Same thing for your clean range down. But what happens now, and if you pull a fib, you're going to see you're testing your 0.5, which is exactly the level that you're trading on. Why? Because that's just how the market works. You know, it's always going to be this way. So if I made them perfectly clear here, they would have been right at the 0.5. And this is just level to level trading, which is why the 0.5s work, is because it's 0.5 a structure, because you need volume to push up to break this level. And then you trade in this level, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like this either. You'll see a lot of times that maybe we run in this level a bit, right? But the fact still remains, what happens when we break out of the level? Well, we make a clean move down, you know what I mean, before coming back up, testing the ceiling, coming back down, and breaking through. And then you know, people will talk about the continuation move. A plus B equals C to D. All these things play out because they're just levels at the end of the day. It's all just a range to me, but it's all in how you look at it, right? But anyways, what I saw is a lot of times there'll be fake outs up in those areas to actually fake out breakout traders, right? I call it a fake out. A lot of people don't like that term, but either way. So basically how it'll happen is you have yourself an M like this, come down, And let's just say that we make the W at the bottom, which is fine, and it'll come out and it'll actually make a close right here in this level, right? Saying that, hey, we're back in this range. And then it'll come back down and fall back apart before going up. And you'll see this too for you guys that watch M's and W's, and I don't know how many of you guys do that, but an M, that's why a lot of times your M actually ends up playing like this, right? With a W in the middle of it. Again, it's just a small range inside a range. So when you see me draw out ranges sometimes, you'll see a small range in the bottom, a small range in the top, right? This area here, which makes up the overall range that we're looking at, right? And that's the reason that I draw the little gray boxes in there, because it's the same thing. It's just what people are trading there. Anyway, I got way off topic. Sorry, guys.
It's all good, man. I think Paul sent some videos to you. I got to watch those in the Discord chat. When I asked yesterday, he posted some videos. I'm going to watch those. I think the two that he sent were ones where you explain. Let me just see here and see if I can find them real quick. Yeah, so winning scalps, breaking down a successful 30-minute trade. And then the other one was reality check trading strategies, watching the stop loss get hit. So yeah. Paul suggested those. I'm going to watch those later today.
That works. Yeah, and if you have any questions, just let me know. Like I said, the best stuff, honestly, in my opinion, that's why I don't do a lot of videos anymore. I put out a lot of these videos and people kind of got confused in the video because, you know, we're looking at what happened on the live streams. A lot of it's just pulled from live streams. And I always say, I feel like the best is live stream because you actually get to see it in real time. But for those that didn't make it to today's live stream, you know, and we have a whole bunch of, you know, stuff that happened or whatever, then I used to try to pull videos out of it and, you know, get them out there so that people could learn from what we were seeing happen today. I haven't did a lot of it as of late. Some of them videos are old, but either way, they're still great material, and I try to go over as much as I can during the live stream because I just think that people learn a lot better live seeing the market move rather than all the YouTube guys out there go out and show their position that played or whatever. The difference between my videos and theirs is when you watch those videos, it's not something that happened and then we drew it out after the fact. It's not like here we are watching this and the stops got ran right here, right? So we go back and we say, okay, well, here's where the stops got ran. No, as this happened, we were live actually talking about it. So that's the difference with my videos and everybody else's. We were actually showing it in real time, but, you know, it's a live stream before today. So that's why it's a video that, you know, was put out after the fact, but we showed it in real time. So it makes it a little different rather than just, you know, drawing out a pattern and saying, okay, well, here's where it played. Well, that's great.
Yeah, I agree, man. And I think a lot of those strategies are, you know, they say, oh, 80% win rate, but that's based on a 100% accuracy of the trades being taken, right? Like, because you're seeing it in the past and you've already seen the moves happen. So realistically, if that's how trading is, then I could say anytime I put a goose down, you know, I get $50. So yeah. If I go back in time and look at the charts where every single trade was a win and I put a goose down on it, then of course it's going to be 100% win rate, right? Like,
yep.
The problem is that win rate doesn't factor in the human psychological aspect of it, which is what would you do in this situation? Would you close the trade or would you hold it for 3 days, you know?
Yep, exactly. And that's something else that I don't do. And again, another unpopular opinion by reality, but I don't backtest. Never have, never will. I could care about what happened, you know, 100 days ago. I've never backtested. It's not something that I find prevalent at all in trading. And a lot of people say, oh no, you got to backtest strategies. I've never done it. What I've done, guys, is put NinjaTrader on sim and forward tested every single strategy that I've ever done. You know, and you can either go sim or buy an eval. They're nothing. You know, you can get a sell on an eval and spend 20 bucks, buy an eval, and test it. If it wins, well, you've already passed an account. If it doesn't win, you wasted 20 bucks. Cheaper than college. Either way, forward testing to me makes way more sense than exactly what Loss and Void just said. Why would you say, oh, look at how my trade would have played out, 100 days ago, if you don't know how that candle moved while you were in that trade? If you don't know what was happening inside your mind inside that trade, it makes no sense. You have to actually be in this market. You have to actually be short right now on this candle thinking, oh man, it keeps moving up. What am I going to do? And seeing it break the highs and continue to hold that position, not move your stop loss, not move your take profits. Everything that happened, yesterday, doesn't matter today anyway. All joking aside, but I'm telling you, for me, you want to be in the market. I like the thought of an eval more than sim nowadays. I did a lot of sim trading when I was, back when. Now I like the thought of an eval even more because I will tell you, not always on sim do you react the same as you do on an eval. Why? Because at least you got some skin in the game. So your emotions are going to be much different when you're going to blow an eval that you paid $20 for than when you hit a stop loss on a sim account that essentially is going to do nothing for you. But just mine. To be honest, backtesting is stressful. I do it, but it's stressful. Yeah, and I'm not saying, PD, that you shouldn't backtest. Don't get me wrong. It's very unpopular what I say when I say this. For me, backtesting is completely useless, right? And for my strategy, backtesting doesn't work at all because this candle right here, okay, let's just say, for instance, this candle right here, did it open with no top wick? Did it open with no bottom wick? You can't tell me that. Obviously, we'd have no way of knowing that unless we go down to a lower time frame and look at the time and actually see how the candle moved up and down. You cannot see candle building when you're backtesting. I mean, let me take that back. There are some software programs out there that allow it. I've heard this because I've had that argument. Oh, well, there's a program that actually shows how the candles are. TradingView backtesting just spits candles out. So you can't see how this candle built. You can't see how it pushed down. You can't see anything that happened in it. The only thing you can see is now it spit a candle out here, right? So for me, it has a ton to do with how these candles built and how the orders actually were coming into these candles, right? So when you have to see the open of the candle, you have to see the push up of the candle, you have to see the flip of the candle, you have to see these things for my strategy, right? So I think today and goal could be bullish move. Could be. You can see how candle builds on MT5 and CTrader is best so far for me. Yeah, it could be. That's why I can't stand MT5. Yeah, CTrader I've never used. So I don't know about that, but yeah, could be. Could be. Like I said, I've never been the backtesting type. And again, not saying anybody else shouldn't. I'm not saying this, guys, because, Landon does tons of backtesting and swears by backtesting. Am I saying he's wrong? Absolutely not. Backtesting is not right for me, and I'm just giving the reasons why it's not right for me and why it possibly may not be right for you as well.
All backtesting is doing is giving you your win rate based on what you're doing, right? That's all it's going to do. It's not going to tell you whether a strategy works. It's just going to tell you a win rate based on your psychology and what you're doing on the charts at that point. Yep. The strategy will surely assist you in getting a higher rate of win rate, but it's not testing anything other than you trading. That's it. It's testing how right you are, I guess. Yep.
Yeah, for me, it takes longer. And people have seen me forward to, speaking of that, I forgot about that stupid indicator. Anyway, people have seen me forward test stuff here on stream, and we've done it, whether it be, you know, a new strategy, the reality hack, the indicator that now we have again that we're supposed to be working for the old boy, the bot that we had at one point in time, all these things we did forward, right? And that's always how I'll do it. It's real simple. I'll put this stuff on an eval. And I mean, I'm not saying everybody should do that. I know everybody's funds are different, but I'll put this stuff on an eval. If it passes the eval, it passed the test, right? So that's how I do it. If whatever it is that you're trying to do passes an eval, it's essentially passed the test. It should do just fine from there on out. Now, can something change? Maybe it don't work, you know, long term. Well, maybe, right? That's just one of those things. I mean, different gut feeling, back testing versus forward testing. Yes, absolutely, PD. Very different, because you're hesitant to stay in and everything else. I mean, but with that, you just run rules and you run an eval. I mean, when we had an eval that we did one time that the take profit on this, I think it was I think it was an indicator. I don't remember if it was an indicator or a bot, but it was a 100 tick stop loss with a 150 tick take profit. And that's just, we entered and we let it run. It ran all day long until it would finally either hit the stop loss or hit the take profit, you know? And is that how I want to trade? No, but that was the rules of how whatever worked that we were doing at the time. I don't quite remember what it was, but for you guys to go back and look, you know, old streams, you'll see some of that stuff. But I mean, it's just, none of it was successful. So you'll waste your time trying to figure it out, because none of it actually had a success rate that was more winning than losing was the but I've yet to find a indicator or a bot or anything that actually is successful. I have my thoughts about it, but maybe maybe there's one out there. I don't know. I just have yet to see it, I guess. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, the problem with all the pre-made bots too is that you're relying on someone else's who may have it set up differently or looking at something different, right?
True.
That they're trading.
Yeah.
So I think bots are good if you know how they work and how to program them to fine tune them, right?
Yeah.
I don't know though. Like I've heard people have used bots and been successful with it just by like paying for a subscription, and I've heard other people say they completely don't work. So I mean, I'm scared to try, but
yeah,
the bot's probably better than I am. So at this point, it might be a good idea.
Well, I've never seen. I've never seen anything that has worked myself, but at the same time, I'm well aware of the fact that, you know, your banks, your institutions, they use algos, right? What is an algo? Well, an algo is just a coded bot, but the difference, right? There's a big difference between how these algos are coded and how they work in the market in comparison to how a bot would work for, say, us, right, as traders. These algos are scalping, 2 ticks at a time in very, very, very large quantities. So it's very different than how we would trade something. So you're talking about, making thousands of dollars throughout the day, taking a 2-tick take profit. You know what I mean? That's how they do it. So they're in and out of the market super, super fast, probably even faster. And I mean, that's why they build them, probably even faster than we logically could even do ourselves on executing orders. And that's how they take advantage of the market. And somebody asked earlier about the choppiness. I'm sorry, I didn't get that, but that's where the choppiness comes in at. You get a lot of choppy trading like that because of exactly that. These algos are, and there's a lot of people, and again, I'm not hating on anybody. I know you're in my server. There's a lot of people that are under a false impression and actually teach people a false impression that there's a algo. They use words like the algo. There's no such thing. So just to get that all out in the open, there's no such thing as the algo. So that's not a true thing. Are there algos? Yes. Thousands of algos that were coded by thousands of different coders. Just saying. So are there algos in the market chopping price around? Absolutely. They're putting in huge orders, taking profit super quick, getting out of the market, getting back in, and that's why you get some of this choppy stuff, but they're not a algo, so it's not really a, singular thing, and that's what a lot of people are super confused about. But it just is how it is, right? And that's how it works. And the coders come in and code them, and they're just made to, pull, pennies out of the market, if you will. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's how they do it. They pull bunches and bunches of pennies out. It's just how it works. So. Long now? Why are you longing?
Me?
No, I'm asking Mr. Why he took a long.
Oh, probably because I did. I'm scalping the Nasdaq. Oh, and I didn't realize. Oh, I hit my.
Oh, it's NQ. Okay. I thought he was talking about gold. It's
NQ,
funny that they don't allow small two tick profit brackets.
Oh, I thought I was only in 15. I was in 30 contracts on that one. No.
Oh, jeez. That's not good. Crown, they allow small profits. You just got to be super careful with small profits because, like on gold, the whole reason that I go +1, right, on my gold trade after take profit 1 is +1 covers commission, right? So you have to be careful from where we sit and the fees that we have to pay. So if you go 2 tick take profit, I'm not saying you can't do it. It's just 1 tick's going to be your fees. So second tick's going to be your profit. So you're going to get 1 tick profit for every time that you run orders like that, right?
Oh, that sucks. Man, Top Step, I think it's my internet. It definitely is my internet. I went to put 15 contracts in, and I think it didn't put it the first time, so I hit it again, but then like 10 minutes later, it showed 30 contracts, so it delayed the entry.
Gotcha. Good morning, Paul. I didn't know that, Crown. I've never seen anything where they say that you can't take bracket orders that way. That's in the very beginning. I was not going to work with with my funded futures, and the reason was because every single take profit 2 of mine, if back to BE, would always be +1. So therefore, they said that you couldn't take entry that you were under, I forget what it was like a point, or else you were considered a micro scalper. So every second contract would have been a micro scalp, be it I get hit at BE right after entry. So that's why I didn't work with them, but they changed that rule. So I have an account with them now, but I mean, so yeah, I know some of them don't like the, as they call it, micro scalping, and I don't like the way they form that rule because, if you've already hit take profit, it shouldn't matter what the next order does per se, but that was just in their rule set back then. It's Leeloo. They kind of have Leeloo. Yeah, they kind of have a funny thing too, because if you have a BE day, right? So like if you take, let's just say you only take one trade today, and it goes into profit, comes back, hits you at BE, that's not considered a trading day for them. So essentially, you either got to get hit in profit, or you got to get hit in, you know, drawdown or in negative, however you want to look at it, for it to be considered trading day. So just little quirks that they have here and there, but that it makes it tough if you want to run a BE, because essentially it comes back, hits you at BE, and now that's not actually a trading day at all. I know some people, you know, that they struggle with stuff like that. So Hearts is a game of tennis. Oh, Party is a game of tennis.
Way too heavy on that one.
I don't think you missed. Well, I mean, I just went over some stuff, Paul, because Lost and Voids, we were just going over entries and stuff like that. I mean, I don't think you missed much, really. I think it's probably stuff you've already seen.
Blowing my account.
But well, that's never good. Jeez. Oh, the movement is gold. It's like a game of tennis. Yeah, you're right there.
All right, here we go. Single contract starting today. You guys are gonna watch me. You guys are gonna watch me do single contracts today.
Was that on NQ, Lost and Voids?
Yeah, I was.
Hold on. I thought we just had this discussion. Put it on your whiteboard. No trading NQ for, and just do it for like this is the goal I want to achieve. I don't want to trade NQ for the next 3 days. Just anything, and just do it so that you know that you can. Starting today. You have to, man. You have to, because it's killing you.
I know, man. I fucked up. I know. It's just so addicting. She seduces you in, you know, and then you think you're going well and it's running, and then boom.
He said she seduces you in. I love it.
She does. She's evil.
Oh my jeez.
Okay, single contract, long gold. Not even gonna think of the word NQ.
Do MNQ? I assume he probably does MNQ because he said 15 contracts, so I assume that's what he does, PD.
What?
You do MNQ, right? You trade micros on NQ, or?
Oh, yeah. I don't trade.
Yeah. He uses micros, PD.
You know, micros can still be just as bad because you have so many to DCA in, right?
Yep.
So like, it's different when you have minis, but you only have 4 of them, which is still crazy. But when you have micros, but you're allowed to use 100 micros, like.
Now I have a question for you. Lost Voids. You say DCA, so you're laddering in after you get into drawdown. Do you have rules for why you take your next entry?
Yeah, I mean, I used to DCA in, and the whole idea was that. Yeah. Now I don't really do it much. I just kind of trail the stops, but I'm still bad with my stop losses where I'll pull them away to try and let price action do its thing. But then I'll get that, you know, it'll do its thing and then it'll go even further down, which means I lose more because I pulled the stop, right?
Yep. I was just wondering if you have actual rules put in place that keep yourself from, you know, getting in a mess.
I gotta sort that out. I'm not really good with rules. I definitely need to set those up. So I was thinking of using these things, the like buy and sell indicators on TradingView, because you can set it up to have your risk, right? Your risk and reward. So when you set up the trades, because I need to learn, like, okay, yeah, if this is where my entry is, then I want to put my entry below that where the stop is. So if I do that, like, let's say right now I want to go long here. So then really my entry should be at the previous day value area. High down here would be like this.
Mr. Y, why would we go long in a candle that has no bottom wick? I mean, not saying that it's not going to go up, but this is the longs coming in, and pushing price up with no bottom wick. So, I mean, is it long for me? No. Not saying it won't go up. If you're in long, good luck. I hope it does.
If there was a bottom wick, that means that it went down first before it went up, right?
Yep, correct. And this is exactly what we're talking about. If you're looking at my chart now, this would be, and again, this isn't an entry, right? But you keep asking about the candle flips. This is where your candle flips. So essentially your entry would be, I do not know why though I've turned these purple. Okay, so your entry would be here for your short, right? Not that this is a short. That's not by any means what I'm saying. So this would be your actual trade currently. You want your stop loss at the top of the wick. Your entry would be the flip, and obviously your first target would be starting to recover this wick, TP1, drag to this wick, you'll get a little bit of bounce. If it breaks through, you got this wick, and then you're going to continue down and start pulling your stop loss close as we start testing these wicks to the lower side. So this is essentially what your trade setup would be, right? So that's what we talk about. That's what we talk about when we're talking about flips. I mean, this isn't a valid entry. I'm just
yeah, I know. I'm testing it though, and it's crazy. It's working. Like I'm in profit right now, so I took the flip, I took a short, and I'm waiting for it to go down and create a wick.
Correct, and you can do the same exact thing on your lower time frames with wick and flips. A lot of people just trade the wick and flips anymore. I know a lot of guys that have just done that, and it's really good after you've taken a high. So you go down to the 5 minute, and I mean, I don't know what time frame you're trading on, but you go down to the 5 minute, you came up here, well, you took the high already. Now, should it take a little more? Possibly. You'd like to see it test this area and probably do something like this. And again, the stop loss would be too big. That's why I'm not looking for anything here, but you'd like to see something like this as your top wick, and then come down and flip the bottom. You know, so, and you could do it on every time frame. You can go to, you know, the 15, you're at the same spot. The 30, you're going to be at the same spot. What time is it? 12:35. Yeah. The hour you're not. You've already got a bottom wick. So essentially, this is a doji candle on the hour. But if it comes down and breaks these lows, well, what did you create then? You created a, well, they call it an outside bar, right, or a broadening pattern, which on the hour, it's only going to be that you went one tick above the high and then you broke the low. That's it on your hour candle, you know. So it's just a doji right now. That's it. So, and you want to be able to see these things too.
What's a doji?
A doji candle is what you see on the hour right now. It's a candle that's all wick with no real body for the most part. It's a little body candle.
Yeah.
So like this right here is a doji candle. So
yeah, understood.
And a lot of times you'll get dojis or little bodied candles when you get into heavy consolidation. So those aren't the candles I'm trying to trade, like we were talking about yesterday, right? When I was talking about, well, this was
because I was going to say that makes sense because if you look on the 100 tick, we're right in the middle of 200s. So it's kind of deciding what it's going to do.
Yeah. And that's where you'll get when they fight, right? When people are fighting the long and the short, that's where you get dojis, you know. And you know, you can call it whatever you want, but like yesterday when we were looking at this price playing right here yesterday before we ended the stream, that's what we were getting was a whole bunch of doji candles. Well, what do you expect is going to happen next? Well, we expect that there's going to be enough stop losses built up that we're going to push, and that's why we said yesterday when the stream was ending, we need a close above here with a top wick, down wick, and a flip, which was the exact entry that I took right here, and that was the trade to trade up. That's the candle we want to trade, not these. So people, for me, you have to figure out the difference between this in the market and this, you know, and these are the things that I look at for what I want to trade, right? I want to trade this candle. I don't want to trade these candles. These candles you're going to be stuck in all day, bouncing around, messing with your mind. I've got no reason to want to trade that. So, and that's a lot of problem that people get into. I don't want to trade these little candles. I want this big body candle. So how can we anticipate the big body candle? Well, that's where stop losses come in at, right? Just go up here, bang them, come back in. Everybody thinks, oh, we swept the liquidity, you know, just like we looked at earlier. And now we came back down into range. But there was no top wick on this candle. We ran it back up. All right, what are people writing here? I'm just... Yeah, it's... yeah, it is. Crown, there's nothing wrong with that. Right now, supply demand traders, support resistant traders, order back trader, they're winning, right? That's the whole thing. So you can trade the top of the range and the bottom of the range. I'm never going to tell you that you can't trade that. You can absolutely trade it. You know, if the market starts ranging like this, like I've said before, if you guys are working spot, it's even better. Well, let's just say the market's ranging just right here in this range, right? Why not short the tops? Why not long the bottoms? I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying just be prepared that your stops could get run that way, but you can still trade it. That's why I like the hedge, right? When I traded crypto, you could hedge both ways. You can't really do it on futures. So what do? You know, you long here, you short here, turn this red, and then you take PPs for 50% of your position right here. Pull your fib off, and this is how you trade it all day, every day. Right? Fib's not in the way no more, so that's how you trade it. You short here, take 50% off here, so you take profit 1. You long here, so now you've got 50% of your short still in play. You've got a full long. So as you looked at this, you shorted, took profit, longed, took profit, shorted, took profit, longed, took profit, and as you get to this area right here, you're 50% in both positions. Now, if it does move and decides to break, right? Let's just say you break out here. Well, if you still have your 50% of your long and you still have your short, essentially, you're just breaking even. So no matter how far this goes, you lose nothing because you're in the market both ways, right? Now, if you want to make profit, you drop the short. You just stop your short, let the long come in, let it pay, and then you wait for your next range. Now, what do? Same thing. This right here, exactly up there. I don't got to draw it again. So come up to the tops, comes back down, you add to the long, short, take profit in the middle, right? If you're working spot or whatever, you can do that. It's hard work though, guys. It's a full-time job. So I used to trade crypto like that a lot. It's a full-time job though. You got to sit there for hours. I used to sit there for 6-8 hours and trade that. Make plenty of profits, but man, it's a lot of work. I don't like all that work anymore. Here's your flip. That's where your entry would be. Loss and voids. Right? Does that make sense?
I already entered. I'm already in a trade.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's where it'd be on the high time frame.
Oh.
Now what you can do is you can go to your low time frames, right? And you can run. Did I have that line there before? Did I put that line in just to show you? I think I put that line in just to show you. I got to get rid of this stuff. I keep it all in the chart and then I forget. What was up outside? Yeah, you can go down to low time frame like an 800 tick chart. And I mean, you're running the whatever, but it's the same thing. You come up, you put on the top wick, come down, and then you can get in it early that way. So essentially you can get it in the actual wick of this candle. That's how I took this trade here. Right? A couple days back. I think it was there. No, it was right here. I'm wrong. This trade right here. That's how I entered it because we had no bottom wick here. And then we took the flip on this back up on the 800. I make sure that it was still the same thing. Basically, it'll play the same pattern on the 800 where you close with a no wick candle and then get a wick and then it'll flip. And that's something else that we talk about a lot here, Loss and Void. So essentially, when you get to a candle that has no wick, right? Like this is
Yeah.
an idea. This candle right here, when you have no bottom wick, that means there's no more range. What the next candle will do is it'll drive down. Why? Because everybody's short now. Why are they short? You see this level right here? Everybody believes now that they need to go short. So if you go down to the 5-minute, you'll see there's closures below this level. So they're all short now. When it gives no bottom wick like that, what we look for is the next candle to give a bottom wick to let them think they're winning. And then you long back up on the flip of the candle, because it'll put in a bottom wick first, no top wick, which is putting the bottom wick on this candle. That's why we're always looking for wick recoveries. And then on that flip, you're going to get a move up. And you can see, obviously you got to move up. And it's always going to be that way because they're going to short. They believe, okay, our level's broke. We're going down. They believe we're going down here. And it doesn't. That's the whole point, because their stops get hit instead, which is what made this move push up. But we do that as well. Sonny, he's supposed to be back next week, guys. But anyway, Sonny, he'll put in levels because he's, you know, he likes areas that to trade. So you'll do something like this, and this will be an area that he believes is going to be a reaction, let's just say. And what we will wait for is for that candle to come in. Obviously, this is supposed to be green with no top wick so that we can get a reversal trade. So his level will play out like this. You know, you'll see a candle like this. Next candle will come in, open up, push up. You know, that's your green candle. And now you can short this right back down with the flip of the wick. Oops. So it will come down here, flip, and that's your entry. And then it'll push down and recover the wick. Right? So same kind of thing. This because everybody now is in longs. That's why we ran out of range, and you put no top wick on the candle. The next candle will push straight up, put on a top wick, flip, and run back down. But you want a key level there. You don't just want to trade every no top wick candle, because if that were the case, or no bottom wick, we'd never have any of these arrows, right? These arrows.
Right.
There was no, the next candle never came in and came down and took it, you know what I mean? So what do we look for there? We're looking for these to be recovered, which they're recovered, you know, all the time, just the same. So there's one there.
Right.
How'd I miss that?
Yeah, this is so much. I'm already 34 ticks in profit on this one.
Beautiful, beautiful. See? I love to hear that, man. You're catching on quick. Love it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really good. Like I can figure out the scalps. I think I just need to get the entries down, because I've been doing, you know, like I long when I'm probably supposed to be shorting, which is why. And I get lucky and I can manage my trades, but the problem is I'm not consistent. So like yesterday I made $700. Today I blew my account. So it's like, you know, it's one extreme to the other.
Yeah.
I make really good money and then I lose it all. So like the consistency is what's really killing me, and I gotta understand how to enter these candles, because it's psychologically draining. Like when it's going down, you think it's going down, but you wouldn't think to take a trade going up, right?
Yeah.
So that's
so print out in a big font on a full sheet of paper for SDSS and put it in front of you while you're trading.
What does that mean?
Stop doing stupid shit.
Oh.
That works. I have a whiteboard, guys, and I still got it. I still got it sitting here.
You do KISS.
Yeah, keep it simple. I got a whiteboard. It's still here. I look at it. It's still remnants of when I started trading. It's all faded out and everything now from the black marker that I put on my whiteboard. But it says right on it, got a big star, just so everybody knows. You guys, everybody's been here. It says right across it in big letters, stop being a fuck up. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. And I keep it there. You know, do I need it anymore? No, but it's just a remembrance of where I started. And that's exactly what I wrote on that whiteboard. And it sunk in. I mean, eventually you take your own your own advice and you stop doing it. But Initian, am I going to trade 2 p.m.? I don't know, Initian. I love FOMC. I don't know what the family has planned. I've kind of told the family that I'm doing family time, after the stream. We'll see. If I am, I'll talk on the Discord and everything else, but I am trying to spend a little bit more family time. I'm not good at that, guys. I'm good at getting super involved and sticking myself to a monitor and never leaving. So I'm trying to get better at it. I do that with my Windows wallpaper. Yeah, that's the way to go. That's the way to go.
I have to drive 3 hours this afternoon so I can pick up in the morning. Like if I'm out of here by 4, maybe I should be okay.
Yeah. Well, FOMC's at 2.
Cincinnati on Eastern time, or is it?
I'm not sure where it cuts off at. I think it's Eastern time still. I think it's still, but I'm not sure. I think so though. 2 o'clock's FOMC. It should be some nice movement, Dennis. If you guys watch it, you should have a good one. I don't think she's either. I smell something cooking in a pan, Crown, and the computer. I can kind of see it. I don't think she's in a trade currently.
I think it seems like it's just chopping for FOMC. So.
Yeah, and it could very well be. And FOMC should bring a move. May give great setups. They love to run stops during news events. So if I am at the PC and I'm here watching, I will discuss back and forth in the Discord. But we'll see. I make no guarantees, sadly.
Well, I mean, the market doesn't make guarantees either, so, we're used to it.
Fair.
So I made a little $100 scalp on the 133 tick in this shit, and but I took a couple losses, so I got myself to 100 in profit, and I'm just sitting here looking at it like it's got 2 heads, because it's just going to sit here and drop back and forth until FOMC, I think.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense.
Which sucks if this is my only trading day.
Yeah, it does. Unless you can trade the FOMC, if you got enough time to make it through it, you may catch an entry on it. I don't know. You have to wait and see, but
I will be right.
Yeah,
back.
well, see, I got up and So I started at 3:30 this morning, so I might hop back there and take a nap. I've got a bed set up in my pickup truck, so I'll hop back there and take a nap, and then check back at 2.
Yeah.
So, because I'm just gonna be happy with the $100 profit for now.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're happy, maybe not, maybe not come back, but maybe just come back and look at it. What will happen is at 2, you'll see a little bit of movement, and then around, I hate to say 2:30, probably 2:35, 2:40, Powell will actually start speaking. A lot of times he's late. That's why I hate to say 2:30, and you'll see some movement come in then too. A lot of times I love FOMC. Other times it's kind of a letdown and it doesn't really move much. So for me, and you've been here long enough, Dennis, so you understand, I like high volatility, big candles, big moves. That's what I'm looking for. So if FOMC brings that, I'll be, happy. But if it's just regular, just, moves that are semi-slow, I probably won't mess with it much, because that volatility is really what pushes it to push through stops and things of that nature, right?
Right. Well, it gets you your money too, instead of sitting here thumbing your nuts waiting on it to do something.
Yeah.
So
100%.
Well, right on. I'll be back at 2, because worst case scenario, I leave at 3 in the morning, because it's 3 hours down there. So worst case, I leave at 3 in the morning. I don't have any traffic, and hopefully all the roads down there are clear.
Yeah, you'll have no traffic at 3 in the morning.
And then
No,
I left at 3:30 this morning. I was right at the Indiana-Ohio state line coming north, and there was no traffic all the way into Detroit. So
yeah, it's a better time to travel.
I like driving at night, but when it's below freezing and I don't like driving at night, but I prefer to drive at
Yeah.
night so I don't hit traffic.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
That makes sense.
but Lost, are you up by $1 million yet, man? Oh, he shut his mic off.
Yeah, I think he stepped away for a minute. I think he said he was going to step away for a minute. He'd be
Right
back.
on. Well, hopefully I'll see you at 2:30. If I don't, I hope you enjoyed the time with the family.
Yep, absolutely. Have a good one, man.
So, you too.
Good night, Nishian. Hey, Nishian, I guess you're going to bed. I missed a whole bunch here. Give me a second. 2 p.m. for me too. Oh, yeah. All right, Nishian. See you tomorrow, man. Hopefully you're still here. So, yeah, I am under the same thought process here, guys, that Dennis was just saying. More than likely, it's going to be stuck in this ugly range, right? So, I mean, you could even look at it like this, right? I'll make this a little darker. Like this. Actual box. I'll make it darker. This is probably what's going to do where we're going to be at until 2. Do I know that for sure? No, but that's my thoughts, right? Yep. Crown. Have a good one, man. So this is what I expect. I'll just sit here and monitor it as I can here, guys. And if I've got nothing going, I'll try to be back in the Discord. I don't know if I'll go live or anything, guys, but whoever's not in the Discord, join the free Discord. Everything's free, guys. We don't charge for nothing, any of you guys on the social media platforms. But I'll try to post some stuff, right? If we break this range, if you break the range and you're looking for, we're looking for the recovery of this wick here. And we're looking for the break of the highs for your stop losses here. So that will be what you're looking for, Mr. Y. Right? And then we've got clean range all the way down. Honestly, we've got a wick to recover right here. Not saying it'll happen, but we could come back down. We'd go back up too. I mean, it just depends on where the entries start coming in at. You guys know how to pay attention to it. All right, that's what I got. Anybody got any questions before we pack out of here? Once you get rid of fear, trading becomes easier. Yeah. Absolutely. There's nothing to fear. That's part of the thing. PD, that's a great point. The white arrows are wickless candles, Mr. Y. They're wickless candles. So that's why I said when you need to recover the wick right here, that's a wickless candle. So I expect that to us to put a wick on that candle. You're exactly right. And the thing is, like everything else, right? And it's an interesting point. A lot of guys struggle with this, but there should be no fear because at the end of the day, it's all about your process, right? So we got a down wick, got a top wick, we got a flip at an area that everybody's supposed to long. We know the longs came in. We expect that trade to work. There's nothing fearful about it. It's either going to hit our take profit, and then we're going to drag our stop loss, ended profit, and continue on, or it's going to hit our stop loss. I mean, that's what's going to happen. So, if we do it 100 times, it's going to work out far more times than it doesn't. But you can always lose, right? It's another day. It's just like poker. That's why I try to compare it to poker all the time, right? You play poker, but that doesn't mean you're going to win every hand. Same kind of deal, right? So just my take on it. You should never be worried about, you know, hitting your stop loss. I realize nobody really sees that point because we don't hit a lot of stop losses. I get it, but you still, just one of those things, right? I'm out of energy. I watch all day chart, even when there's no move. Yep. Yeah, and that happens. I'm going to rewatch the end of this video. He was doing good teaching. That's great. That's great, PD. That's the whole point of these live streams. That's why I show up every day, guys. I'm hoping that this one will be the one that is the breakout for, you know, somebody. Maybe this is the breakout video for you, PD. Maybe this is the video that really hit home, and this is going to be the difference. And, you know, this is going to be the one that makes you the profitable trader. Here's the move down, Mr. Y, that we were just discussing. If it comes down here, and she should come down and put a wick on this candle. See how it pushed through there? Now we're putting a wick on this candle, exactly like we just said. So there's the wick. Does that make sense? I hope. Run this line over. You see what I'm saying? Here's the wick, right? So we'll take this arrow away. Oops, took the wrong one away. So I may not be good at all the rest of this stuff, but well, there you go. See, there's the wick. Needed a wick. Now I put a wick on it. Now where do we go next? You know, now we're pushing down. Here's your next wick. This is what we were talking about when we were talking about this position. We said you could short right here on the flip of this candle.
All right, I'm back.
And here would be your take profit one. You pull your stop close, and then we put a wick on this candle.
Oh,
right?
That's so
Then
frustrating.
Then you got your wick here, and now we got your wick here. And now what's it going to do here? Is it going to hold or is it going to push through? You got 2 seconds. No bottom wick on this candle. She's going to push down. She's going to flip and come back up now. You know? That was from that old indicator. Now she'll push up. There wasn't much of a bottom wick here, so that's kind of
Nice.
tough.
Yeah, we hit a trend line there.
Yeah.
This is a 4-hour trend line, so if it breaks and holds, we're good.
Yeah, it should push down now. We've got a wickless candle here, we should recover, and a wickless candle here, we should recover. So that's our next move down. Right?
Go.
Hopefully that makes sense, guys. And
short here.
Oof.
Oh, I shouldn't have?
Okay,
close.
I wouldn't, because what we were just talking about, we've got no bottom wick on this candle. So it's a tough spot.
Yeah,
I mean,
bounce off at 200. Okay, I'm gonna long here. See if I can long it on the tick charts.
You're a madman.
100 tick. I'm on the 100 tick chart right now.
Yeah,
It's okay. It's only one contract, and my stop loss is.
Okay. He's a madman. Anyway. You're a madman. So you got no bottom wick here. So it's tough. This is your bottom wick and then your flip. So now this is a vector candle, right? And this is the candle that we were talking about trading. See that loss avoids because we put on top wick and then flipped. So this was the big candle to trade.
Sorry, let me go to your screen real quick. Let me go to your screen. I was just
okay.
finishing the trade.
Remember, this was the entry.
So I'm looking,
the entry was right here on that one we drew up. Remember, put a top wick, flipped, and then pushed down. So that essentially would have been your trade candle, expecting to recover the first wick, which was here, and then moving our stop as we made it down to put a wick on this candle and down to this, right? So right here's a tough spot to be trading. They're going to start arguing here. You see, that's what you're getting.
Long position because it's hitting that wick on the left hand side there. At 9 o'clock. Is that 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock? To the left.
This one?
Is that previous tape? Yeah, that wick, that bottom wick there.
Yeah, it already broke it though. Oh.
So my short would have been good here.
Yeah, you just it's not really a
value area low.
Tough spot to be trading at all. You wanted to trade the candle before.
It's at the 200. Okay, so what are we doing? We're waiting for this candle to.
I mean, you want to figure out something here, yeah, because now your candle's already pushed down, right? And now you've got no bottom wick to recover here.
Yeah,
you put on a bottom wick, and you could come back up. Don't get me wrong. Your next structure's right here that that everybody else is looking at. So that's where they'll come in short. Your re-shorts will come in because what do they believe here? Here's what they believe. They believe this was a push down and then a retest for a continuation. Right. This is how everybody's looking at it currently. So, and then you've got your SMC traders that are looking at what? They're looking at this fair value gap right here. It's actually not created yet. We'll have to see this candle close first because it's a 3-candle setup. So this would be candle 1, candle 2. You need this closed first. You can go down to the lower time frames and start looking at fair value gaps on lower time frames if you want. For me, they don't sound so great, right? But so this is what everybody's thinking currently. They're thinking that our structure will be retested, and it could even be back up into the range, in my opinion. So it'll push up to here, and we'll start seeing where they go with it. But this candle right here was essentially the candle that, we were talking about in the very beginning for your candle to be involved in. Now you got no bottom wick. Now it's tough unless you have a level right here that you believe that everybody's shorting here. You don't want to be long here, right? And we really don't have anything that we can believe that people are shorting except for the fact of maybe breakout traders went short right here with the break of this level, right? You could say maybe they shorted that down. So maybe you're going into the breakout trader stop losses as we move up into this area right here. Essentially, their stop losses should be right here, right?
Oh shit, I just spilled my coffee. Sorry guys, hold on.
Oh, okay. Wick chaser. I'm going to try a short at 952. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. All right, guys. I don't know where Awesome Voids went, but I'm going to go ahead and jump out of here. Everybody sees what we got going on here. We'll see if it goes back into range. But this was the no wick bottom candle, right? So bottom wick and flip. But I just don't see. We would have had to have a level here. I mean, was it a perfect long? Yeah, great. But we would have had to have a level here to really think that, you know, I mean, yes, people are going to short out here. Breakout traders probably would have shorted out of here. Kind of makes sense. Now we're going up in their stops. Kind of makes sense, but I still wouldn't have been taking this trade. Now, if you just do it on candle wicks, obviously you'd be fine. She stopped. It is low a day too, though. which makes it a little tough. Now, maybe there was long sitting there, and this came down and grabbed the stops off of them. You may be able to argue that. It's about 30-ish ticks. You know? Maybe even a little more. I think I pulled that a little loose there. Yeah, still 30-ish ticks. I am short. Is there any chance it will break up back into range? It could. It could go right back into range and close with inside range. Yeah, could. But it could come back down just the same. You gotta understand. People are going to start trying to short it in this general vicinity right here. You should see it start coming back down because people are going to short it. Now, whether they win or not, it's a whole different thing, right? Because now we're coming back up into these levels. They'll try to short it down. You know, this is how they see it, right? This is your area right here, essentially, to start coming in short. So in this general vicinity here, they're going to be shorting with their stops above here, and then your next spot's going to be, depending on wherever this closes, fill in this fair value gap. If it doesn't come up there and do it now, like if this candle closes somewhere in this general vicinity, well, you'll come in and you'll come back up, but you'll try to start shorting it here, and you'll see this candle start moving down, moving down, moving down. Then you'll see it come back up. You'll see it pop the top if it takes stops. You know, those are all ifs. This is not a super strong area for shorts. That's just where shorts are going to start coming in. Yeah. And then what'll happen again here, the same exact thing that happened here, they'll come in short if it comes up and gets, or I mean, they'll come in long if it comes up and gets back above this. Why? Because now we swept liquidity again for what they consider the move up. So they're looking at a inverse head and shoulders pattern. Everybody's always trying to pre-run these patterns, you know. There it is. Your head. They're expecting something like this. Next shoulder to make a move back up. Does that play? Possibly. Not saying it won't. Just saying what they try to put together is this, as this structure forms here. This is what they're trying to put together, right? All right, guys. Does anybody else have any other questions? I'm going to shut it down, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. And like I said, if I'm at the PC, I'll give some ideas on FOMC. If I see anything, I'll drop it in trading chat or something. Wherever everybody's at. If there's a bunch of people in the live, I might drop it in the live chat or something.
Hey, Reality, I'm here. I'm just still cleaning up this coffee mess. Sorry.
No, you're fine. We just came to that area that I'd circled. We were looking for stops to be ran right here in this area. I already took the circle off, but well, probably see it back. Maybe not. I don't know if I can go back there. Yeah, right there.
Okay, so 29.42, that line.
Yeah, so right here.
Break below that.
Right here is where your stops are going to get hit from your breakout traders. Right in this circle. So breakout traders would have went short when it broke the range and would have went short here, and now you'll see it push up through their stops, right? So that's what you're looking at when
at the bottom of the 4 hour. Is that a 4 hour candle?
I mean, it's a wick on the current 4 hour. Essentially, we'll just close back up in the range after coming out, if this is how it plays, right? That's what I was trying to tell you before about the no wick candles. If the next candle will come in, put on a wick, flip, and then drive in opposite direction. And that's because people are short. Yeah. Everybody shorted the break of this range. Breakout traders shorted. Some of them would short here, the actual break of this range here. Some of them would have waited till here, and that's what gave this momentum, the push down here, was the breakout traders going short. And now what it'll do is, if it's going to run their stops, they'll get ran here shortly, right? We're pushing up, they're trying to hold and
rush it up.
Correct. It'll push up and break these stops out. So
okay, cool. Wow, that's crazy.
Yep, and you'll see it right here. It should
perfect little pop.
Yeah, it should react here in a couple ticks. I need to go, but
That's crazy, man. That's
Let me
where
see.
I have the breakout level labeled on my chart. My 30-minute
Mhm.
lines up within that range. I didn't
Yep.
see it like that though.
Yep.
So are
Right.
you bullish or thinking
Well, I
it's
mean,
gonna be a pullback,
if you
a big pullback?
if you were looking for an area right here, like if you were looking for an actual the shorts to come in here, if you were looking for an area like Sonny had told me, hey, my level, and I'll just move this right here, and he says, oh, my level's right here, then yes, I would have been bullish. You know what I mean? But just because there's no wick on this candle, no, I wasn't. However, there's a lot of guys that trade it that way. Not gonna lie to you. And you'll see shorts come back in. Why do shorts come in here? Because we're retesting this range, this level right here, this range. That's what I was just talking about to Mr. Y about. So now the shorts are coming back into the game. Why? Because this range, they believe that, you know, this is gonna hold, because now this level has been closed below. So for them, this is a retest of the level. So for them, it looks like this, right? Came down, retested, so now they're going short, expecting this move. See what I'm saying? So they're shorting here. That's why we're getting driven down. This is their shorts coming in.
Yeah.
And that's why you put your stop losses right above these levels. Why? Because you expect, if this level doesn't hold here, that we're going back up. So the breakout trader stops are just above here. You know, they're short with their stop loss is just above this level, because if this level breaks, they expect price to go up. Shorts will come in, which helps them, right? And I mean, this is just, it's always the same thing. Makes sense, hopefully. Always picking your vein on NQ. Let me look at NQ.
No, I'm not looking at NQ. I'm looking at I'm drawing it up on my charts, and how what you're saying lines up perfectly with what I'm tracking. It's crazy.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
right at
No
the
crap.
bottom of this previously evaluated area, there's a huge buy order gap there to get to the next level. Crazy. But I'll put it in the chat so you can see.
Okay.
All right.
Round NQ.
Awesome.
NQ looks like an inverse head and shoulders to
Starting to
me.
make sense.
That's what NQ looks like to me.
My landlord will see a brown spot on the ground again instead of white wood from rolling around on my desk chair.
Exit my short. All right. Yeah, that's a good place to get out, Mr. Y, if you got a chance there. Like I said, here was our area that we had before. So that's the actual level down here that we're looking at, right? When we were looking from yesterday's level, that's exactly where our consolidation came in at. So it's not surprising that this, you know, could push down and push below it, push above it, but that's nobody else. I mean, they're not really looking per se at that level. That makes anyway. All right, guys. Then mid. I was expecting
All right, thanks,
return
man.
to highs. Yep, absolutely. And if you got any more questions, I'm here every day, man. We can definitely go over all this stuff day in and day out. That's why I show up. I was just telling PD that when you were gone. He said that he got a lot out of this stream, and I said, yeah, absolutely. And that's the whole point too. I know there's a lot of guys that try to DM me, and I hate that. Not that I dislike you guys DMing me, but what I don't like is when you guys ask me questions in DM, and then I'm just answering your question, right? And I had a guy the other day that told me, well, I don't feel good asking you on the live stream. There's no stupid questions, guys. I want everybody to ask me on the live stream, because then everybody gets benefit out of it, rather than just one person in DMs. I mean, my point here is to make every single one of you guys consistently profitable traders. I want you guys to succeed. That's why I show up every day. So there's no dumb question, and I absolutely want you to ask me right here so that everybody gets benefits out of these. Loss and voids, thank you. I appreciate all the questions. That's absolutely great. All right.
No problem, reality. Thank you, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, man. I'll see you later. Crown, you think you're funny, don't you? Crown just DM'd me and said, "Can I ask you a question?" Oh my geez. All right, yeah, and I may Lost and Voids be back. Like I said, I may be in the Discord. I don't think I'll go live or anything, but I may be in the Discord 2:30, just sitting here seeing the charts and everything else. If I see anything, I'll drop it. Whether if you guys are still here, I might drop it in the live trading chat. If not, I'll be in the trading chat or something. Either way, I'll try to, if I see anything, I'll try to let you guys know. All right. Have a great...
I'll be live on the Discord.
Beautiful. All right. All right. Have a great rest of your day, Lost and Voids.
Lining up nicely. Thanks, reality.
Beautiful, beautiful. Crown, Mr. Y, PD, Initian. You know, I never saw Lebowski today. Ace. I think Initian might have left. I don't remember. Either way, see y'all later. Appreciate each and every one of you. YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble, Mr. Y, see ya. I appreciate each and every one of you for showing up. I will see you all first thing tomorrow morning. And as always, guys, stay consistent out there.